All rise. The Consular Specialist Chambers is now in session.
Be seated. Madam Court Officer, please call the case.
Good morning, Your Honors. This is case KC BC 2020-06, the Specialist Prosecutor versus Hashim Thaçi, Kadri Veseli, Recep Salimi, and Jakub Krsnici.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I note that the accused are all present in the courtroom today. Just to start off, we have taken notice of the defense emails on the preparation notes that were filed this weekend on the second witness. The defense is now in possession of the information in question. We will hear submissions on this once we are finished with this witness today, or hopefully today, and then we'll take up any objections that you have, and you'll have an opportunity to look over the documents carefully. Before we bring in the witness, the panel would like to put on the record that through an email of 24 January 2025, it granted the SBO permission to replace the underlying document of ERN 102430 to 102442-AT used with witness W04874 and marked for identification as P01990 with the correct Albanian translation. Madam Court Officer, please take us into private session.
Your Honors, we are now in public session.
Thank you.
Witness, today we will start your testimony, which is expected to last approximately just today. As you may know, the prosecution will ask you questions first, and then the defense has the right to ask questions of you, and members of the panel might also have questions for you. The prosecution estimate for your examination is 2 hours. The defense estimates that it will need 1 hour and 20 minutes for cross-examination. As regards each estimate, we hope that counsel will be judicious in the use of their time. The panel may allow redirect examination if conditions for it are met. Witness, please try to answer the questions clearly with short sentences. If you don't understand a question, feel free to ask counsel to repeat the question or tell them you don't understand and they will clarify. Also, please try to indicate the basis of your knowledge of facts and circumstances that you will be asked about. In the event you are asked by the SBO to attest to some corrections made regarding your statements, you are reminded to confirm on the record that the written statement, as corrected by the list of corrections, accurately reflects your declaration. Please also speak into the microphone and wait 5 seconds before answering a question, and then speak at a slow pace for the interpreters to catch up. During the next days, while you are giving evidence in this court, you are not allowed to discuss with anyone the content of your testimony outside of the courtroom. If any person asks you questions outside this court about your testimony, please let us know. Please stop talking if I ask you to do so, and also stop talking if you see me raise my hand. These indications mean that I need to give you an instruction. If you feel the need to take breaks, please make an indication and we will accommodate you. We begin, witness, with the questions from the prosecution. They're seated to your left. Please give them your attention. Madam Prosecutor.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, witness. We have met before. My name is Eva Wieler. I'm an associate prosecutor with the SPO, and I'm going to ask you some questions for the next 2 hours or so. If you could please state your name.
Nazwisko Gąsior.
My surname is Gąsior. My Christian name is Marek.
And what is your date of birth?
Urodziłem się
I was born on 20th of June, 1946.
Thank you. I'd like to call up item with ERN 103409 to 103410. This and the remainder of the items I'm going to call up today are not for public broadcasting. Witness, is this your CV?
Tak, to jest
Yes, this is my CV.
And are its contents accurate to the best of your knowledge?
treść.
Yes, the content of my CV is true.
Is there something you would like to add to it?
Czy mogę zerknąć na końcu?
Can I have a look at the final part of my CV?
Please go to the next page.
Wszystko, co jest podane,
Everything in the CV is true.
Your Honors, we seek admission of these of the CV, and as with the other two expert witnesses, and in line with your ruling in F0 2787, we propose that it be MFI'd for the time being and that we deal with the admission of all evidence from this witness at the end of his testimony.
Do you wish to make any statement at this time, defense? Otherwise, I'll just mark it.
No, thank you. It can be marked MFI.
All right, granted, and give it an MFI number, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. The CV will receive MFI number P02001. Classification is confidential.
Thank you.
If I please next could have ERN 103427 to 103470. Witness, on the right side of your screen, you now see a page with your name on it and a reference to 7 October 2021. Did you prepare this report?
Tak, jest to mój podpis.
Yes, this is my signature.
And is this the report you prepared?
Tak sporządziłem ten raport.
Yes, I have written this report.
Report following a letter of instruction from the SPO?
Raport sporządziłem.
Yes, this report, I have written it according to the letter I received from SPO.
Up on the left side of the screen, item with ERN 102443 to 102471. On the left side of your screen, you now see the letter of instruction addressed to you dated 30th July 2021. Is this the letter of instruction on the basis of which you prepared the report on the screen on the right side?
List.
Yes, this letter was the basis for compiling this report.
Number of documents along with this letter of instruction?
Otrzymałem dokument.
I have received these documents, although I don't remember exactly these documents.
That this letter of instruction contains specific questions about the number of these documents provided to you?
Tak, ten list zawiera.
Yes, this letter contained concrete questions.
Reading these documents you were asked about in the letter of instruction and making specific references to such documents in this expert report?
Ten list odnosił.
That letter referred to concrete autopsies that I performed.
And with regard to the specific questions on these inter alia autopsy reports, did you then make specific references as such also in your expert report?
Odniosłem się do
I referred to concrete questions, which were referring to concrete autopsies.
And does this expert report contain your independent opinion concerning the matters addressed therein?
Była to moja opinia.
Yes, it is my opinion. It was mine opinion only.
And do you remember that you received the opportunity to provide to have reviewed the item and to provide clarifications and corrections in relation to this expert report?
Tak, miałem tak.
Yes, it was possible. I had that possibility.
Do you recall saying that you do not have any corrections or clarifications on this report of yours?
Ja nie pamiętam szczegółów.
I don't remember all the details. Would you show me a concrete report, please?
I'm referring to our preparation session last week when you were asked and given the opportunity to provide clarifications and corrections on the report. And my question is, do you recall that you were saying that no clarifications or corrections to the report were necessary?
O ile dobrze pamiętam,
If I remember, small corrections were introduced.
nie bardzo rozumiem, co ona chce.
I don't quite understand.
Specific or individual autopsy reports, I referred to the report in this case, which you can see on the right-hand side on your screen. Is it right that you did not have any corrections and clarifications on this report?
Jeśli był raport,
Report was compiled. I signed that report, which means that it has been done as it has been done.
Right, and then you remember we met last week, and I asked you in regard to this report that you can see on the right-hand side of your screen that you compiled for this case, whether you have any corrections or clarifications. And you said that none were necessary. Is this right?
ale w którym raporcie?
But which report you're referring to? Can you show me that report, or?
It's the one on the right-hand side, and maybe if the court officer could scroll down a bit so you can see the document. Do you now know which report I'm referring to? This is the general report you performed for this case. Witness, you do not have to read the details. I just want you to recognize the report in general. Do you know which report I'm referring to?
Tak? Ogólnie rozpoznaję ten.
Yes, I do recognize it generally, thank you.
Again, my question, do you recall that when you were asked about clarifications or corrections to this report that you did not have any? Is that correct?
Tak, to się zgadza.
Yes, that is correct. In this report, there was given a reason why the patient was dead.
Is the information in this report that you can see on the right-hand side, and if we please can go up to the first page again, is the information provided in this expert report accurate and truthful to the best of your knowledge?
Informacja w tym raporcie jest zgodna.
The information in this report is in concordance with the autopsy.
Witness, this report in general, the one where you can see now the first page, the report you performed for this case, is this a report that is compiled to the best truthful, and to the best of your knowledge?
Ten raport
This report, the autopsy, was conducted according to the best of my knowledge of the reasons of death of this patient.
And does the expert report accurately reflect what you would say if you were examined about the items addressed therein today?
ten raport
This report reflects the injuries that were identified on the cadaver, and in this report there is given a reason for death.
Thank you. Your Honours, we seek admission of the letter of instruction, which has ERN 102443 to 102471, and the expert report, which has ERN 103427 to 103470. And since the panel will rule on its admissibility later, for now we ask for an MFI for each of them.
102443 to 102471, which is the letter of instruction, will be given an MFI number.
They will receive MFI number P02002. Classification is confidential.
I'm sorry, ERN 103427 to 103470, which is the report of 7 October 2021, will be given an MFI number.
That report will receive MFI number P02003. Classification is confidential. Thank you.
Your Honour, we would just raise briefly in relation to this that all of the witnesses' answers in response to my learned friend were in the singular. And when confirming his recognition of the document, he repeatedly confirmed that this document confirmed findings in the autopsy, and in relation to the cadaver, the report itself is actually clearly much more broader than that, and I wonder whether or not there has been confusion as to what we're looking at, and I note that for the record.
Your Honour, just one thing, just as a matter of procedure for the accuracy of the record, on page 23, the answer given at line 7 doesn't really follow the question that was asked by the prosecutor. Thank you.
Your Honours, I'm happy to ask the witness again whether the report that he compiled for the SPO addressing multiple victims and multiple reports, whether in general...
Just ask the question.
Witness, the expert report that you compiled based on the letter of instruction from the SPO that addressed multiple autopsy reports, multiple death certificates, and multiple victims. Is this a report that you compiled to the best of your knowledge and truthful?
ten raport
Yes, this report I prepared with my knowledge based on the autopsies and the conclusions from therein.
Go ahead.
The SPO also tenders the source material related to this expert report into evidence. The relevant ERNs of the source material are set out in Annex 1 to this witness's preparation note, which is ERN 124921 to 124937. And as we did with the other expert witnesses, we understand that the panel will rule on the admissibility later. Given the volume of this source material, we don't think it is necessary to assign MFIs at this stage. If we please can take down the letter of instructions on the screen, but keep the report. Thank you. And in the report, I would like to go to page 103439, the lower half of the page. Thank you. And on the other side of the screen, if I please could have ERN 124921 to to 124937, the last page. For the witness to mark, please. Could you please check whether that is in the expert report, the page ending in 39?
It is page 103439.
One second.
It's not. It's 3. No, it's 3.
Yes, excellent, thank you. Witness, I will first read a part of your expert report to you I have a question on, and then ask you the question. You write on this page, and I read from it, as from autopsy report, you refer to an ERN, during autopsy found injury to processus transversus on third lumbar vertebrae. It is cracking line, in brackets probably perimortem. And then antemortem injury to left wing of sacrum. Third lumbar vertebrae shows injuries consistent with perimortem injury, cracking line on third vertebrae, indicated that such cracking line are generated, produced by object bearing high energy, in brackets bullet passing nearby. Injury to third lumbar vertebrae indicated perimortem injury in important region of body, explaining cause of death. With the help of the illustration to your left, and if the witness could please be enabled to mark it, can you please explain why you consider this injury to the third lumbar vertebra to be the cause of death?
That was a question, witness.
On the left side of the screen, we've got the anatomical model of a human body on which there is visible a skeletal and vascular system. The L3 vertebrae, this part of the spine has 5 vertebrae. The first one is closest to the chest. First, second, third is in this place. And on that height, within the cavity of abdomen, there is a artery, abdominal artery, the red one, here in red, and a vein, the blue one. And the bullet, or an object of a high kinetic energy, going through the lumbar region of a body, is carrying a shock wave which destroys the internal organs. A bullet at the level of the third lumbar vertebrae with a high energy causes damage of the aorta in the cavity or a vein, and causes bleeding in the abdominal cavity.
Something I don't see any marking, and also the transcript froze. I cannot see what exactly he said.
First, we need to get the transcript working. Looks okay.
Your Honors, I don't see the answer captured in the transcript. Should I re-ask the question? All right, I see it now. We don't have the marking, though. Witness, may I kindly ask you to do a marking again on the illustration you see on the left-hand side of your screen?
Trzeci krąg.
The third vertebrae, lumbar vertebrae, more or less at this height, but in red, this is what I'm marking now, is the abdominal part of aorta. And next to it, in blue, there is a vein. A bullet with high energy going through the abdomen causes damage to the organs in the abdominal cavity. And in this case, the bullet was going very close to the third lumbar vertebrae, next to the abdominal part of the aorta. And such a bullet with a shock wave causes damage of the abdominal part of the aorta and bleeding out of the patient.
Since we have blue color for the veins in this diagram already, could we please change the color for the markings? And maybe while we are doing that, could we also zoom into the region so the witness has a better view to do his markings? Thank you.
Does this portion need to be saved now? Because if we zoom in, the markings will disappear. So.
No, I think we can do a new marking. Thank you.
Thank you.
You can zoom in more. That looks good, thank you. Witness, can you make an arrow to the third lumbar vertebra?
Five, four, three. Five, four, three.
The tip of the arrow. Thank you. And then you had some additional markings, I think, on the blood vessels before you wanted to make.
To znaczy tętnice, to jest ta
Here it is, the in red, and this is when it goes left and right, splits into.
If this, please, could be saved, this marked version of page 124937. Witness, while we are saving the screenshot, you referred to an L3 vertebra. Is it correct that this is the third lumbar vertebra?
lędźwiowy,
The third lumbar vertebra. The lumbar vertebrae are counted from top, from the last one in the chest.
Yes, and when you referred to L3. One, is that correct?
trzeci krąg
The third lumbar vertebrae.
Of 2003. Would that work?
Yes, please, we would like to, in due course, send this screenshot, so it would be great if we could get an MFI number.
I'm suggesting we use 2003.1 for that document. All right, that will be the MFI number for the screenshot of the skeletal vascular diagram.
Thank you, Your Honor. If I may just add that it will be registered in the system with the registry number REG 01201, this particular screenshot. Thank you.
I'm mindful of the time, Your Honors, and we are almost 10 minutes past 10.
Yeah, we'll give a 10-minute break, witness. You may go with the court usher. We're adjourned for 10 minutes.
All rise. All rise.
Be seated. Please bring the witness in.
Your Honour, if I may briefly raise one matter before we bring the
Hold
witness
on.
in. Your Honour, I'm grateful. It's simply briefly in response to a submission made by the SPO in relation to timing and time estimates for this witness. We are, of course, aware that there has been a significant shift in the defence time estimates for this witness, but we would like to put on record what has taken place. When this witness was initially notified, the prosecution listed as proposed for use documents 197 documents proposed for use. In addition to the documents proposed for use, the underlying material constituted 75 documents. So we were dealing with an evidential base of over 200 documents, most of which we objected to in the 154 response. The prosecution replied to that, bedding into their position that all of these documents were to be used with this witness, reaffirming that stance. We received a prep note on Friday night after close of business at 6:13 p.m. with a list of 65 documents, which was a fundamental shift in the prosecution's approach to this document and the nature and scope of what they sought to do with this witness. The reason we had longer time estimates was because, for all intents and purposes, we had been labouring under a false assumption that the 154 response was that which was going to be taken with this witness. Inevitably, the SPO would have known in advance of Friday night that they were no longer seeking to do that with this witness and had not sought to do that during his prep sessions. However, no efforts were made to contact the defence to notify us of a significant change in their position. Had the prosecution done so, we would, of course, gladly, and it, of course, would have impacted significantly on our preparation, have informed the panel that we would need far less time with this witness. We could not have informed the panel earlier than the weekend because the 250 plus documents only became 65 on Friday night. And we wish to put that on the record. Thank you.
Your Honour, if I may, since I made those submissions, when you look at the record, you'll see that that's a mischaracterization of the records. I note, for example, that the Vasily defence itself went down from 5 hours to 3 hours on the 8th of January 2025. That certainly wasn't because of any shift in perspective. Also, if the defence had not understood before, had they sought clarity, we certainly would have provided it earlier.
Thank you. Please bring the witness in. Yes. We need to correct the exhibit number given the diagram that was issued because it came from a different source than I thought it did. So it will have a separate MFI number and it'll be instead of the .1 that I mentioned earlier.
Thank you, Your Honor. We will correct the exhibit number for the screenshot that was saved previously and marked by witness. It will now receive MFI number P02004 instead of P02003.1. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Madam Prosecutor, you may continue.
Thank you, Your Honour. Welcome back, witness. We now move on to other victims. And if we could please have on the screen in the report page ending in 34, the top of the page. Yes. And if for the first victim, I could also please have on the screen the document with ERN SPOE 000072278. It's a one-page document. Witness, I'm again going to read excerpts from your report and show you some pictures before I ask my question. In your expert report, you provide the following description for this picture. It's the first bullet point, and it says, ERN, anterior aspect of third cervical vertebrae, sharp incisions oriented transversely, incision on corpus vertebrae up to a few millimeters deep.
Trzeci szyjny.
And if for the second victim, we could please go to page ending in 37 of the report. And on the other side of the screen, please have ERN SPOE 000072262, again a one-page document. Again, in your report, witness, you provide the following description for this photograph. I'm again reading from the first bullet point. On anterior aspect of cervical vertebrae number 3, sharp incisions oriented transversely. Incisions on corpus vertebrae up to a few millimeters deep. Witness, do you agree that based on the description, both these victims sustained very similar injuries to their third cervical vertebrae?
Leading, Your Honour.
That was a leading question.
Would you agree, witness, that the two photographs show very similar incisions?
Leading, Your Honour.
You're going to have to ask him what it shows instead of
Can
telling
I
him
have-
what it shows.
Thank you. Can I have, again, on instead of the report, the picture shown in SPOE 000072278? Instead of the report, both photographs, please. Witness, can you please tell us what these two photographs show?
Those images show cervical vertebrae, and in the anterior part there is a trauma by a sharp object, and this is the anterior part of the frontal part of the vertebrae.
Dotyczy to obydwu.
Yes, indeed. It's about both autopsies, both patients.
Report, which is now MFI 02003. And go back to the page ending in 37. And on the other side of the screen, I'd like to call up the illustration. Again, we have in Annex 2 of the preparation note, which is ERN 124.921 to 124.4937. It's the last page. Again, for the witness to mark. Maybe with the help of the illustration witness, could you help by explaining where the third cervical vertebra is? Can you show us where the third cervical vertebra is?
Szyjny odcinek kręgosłupa
So we have 7 vertebrae. The third one, the third cervical vertebrae, number 3, is something that you cannot see. Not on this image. It's somewhere at this height, more or less.
On which side is the corpus vertebra you refer to? Towards the front, towards the throat, or towards the back?
obrażenie na tych kręgach
The trauma on those vertebrae is located on the anterior side of it.
Could you tell us, is the corpus vertebra to the front or to the back?
o trzonie. Trzon jest po stronie przed.
Well, the corpus is in the front of the spine. Yes, that's the way to put it. May I show you the location you're asking about, Your Honor, on the model that I have with me?
We don't think it's necessary. Thank you. Such an injury as described in your report, would that damage any organs?
Well, for a sharp tool to have an incision of the cervical vertebrae number 3, it had to go through soft tissues and also organs like pharynx, for example, esophagus, and also we have left and right neck veins. You have it in red, and also we have blue veins. So this tool, this sharp tool, before the incision on the vertebrae, had to cut those soft tissues and the parts, the veins, at this height.
Maybe just for clarity, with the pen you have, could you please indicate which blood vessels would be cut?
To jest tętnica kręgowa prawa.
This is the artery, right, then left. So this is cervical arteries, and also in blue we have veins.
You have now 3 markings on this illustration. Could you maybe add a description to your markings? In writing with the pen on the illustration.
Madam Prosecutor, that's going to be not very clear. He's going to have to use a line out to it and then write something. You're going to have to be more clear with how you want him to do it.
I'll do so. So if we start with the 3rd cervical vertebra you marked it with a line that goes out from. Please, at the end of this line, add 3rd cervical vertebrae in writing. Did you understand what I asked?
Nacięcie. Czy oto nacięcie na przedniej powierzchni trzeciego kręgu?
Are you asking maybe, Your Honor, about this incision at the level of the 3rd cervical vertebrae?
First, would like to finish your markings on the illustration. So where you have that line going towards the 3rd cervical vertebrae, could you just add a number 1 to that line? And can you confirm that the 2 lines going downwards are your markings on the arteries and the veins? Is that correct?
Zaznaczone na kolor.
So what we have in green, we have arteries and veins that provide blood for the head.
And these are the 2 lines that down towards the torso, is that correct?
Te 2 linie.
Those 2 vertical lines that are in green show arteries that bring blood from the heart to the head, and in blue you have veins.
Thank you. Based on the information available to you, witness, could you describe what could cause such an injury?
Obrażenia te
Well, these injuries were caused with a tool, with a sharp tool. From the information that we have received, the archaeologists at that location where the patients were discovered, a scythe was found at that site.
And would injuries caused by a scythe be consistent with the injuries we see here?
obrażenia
The injuries which could be caused with inflicted with a scythe were found during the autopsy.
And based on the information available to you, witness, could an injury of this nature be inflicted by one person in your experience?
prawdopodobnie
Probably. In order for a scythe to cut the third cervical vertebra, the head had to be tilted back. So most likely, more than one person had to perform such action.
Thank you, witness. If we could please save the markings on the screen, and if we could receive an MFI number, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Markings made by the witness will receive MFI number P02005. They will be registered in legal workflow under the registry number REG 01202. Classification is confidential. Thank you.
Thank you. Witness, I move on to another matter, and I would ask the court officer to take both documents down. Witness, do you know Maria Frankman?
Could you repeat once again?
Do you know Maria Frankman?
Professor Maria
Professor Maria Fransman from Denmark.
The person you remember, how do you know her?
Jest to profesor.
She is a professor of forensics who, over a period of time, was working in Kosovo and was performing autopsies there.
Did you ever attend autopsies she conducted?
Przez okres, kiedy pracowałem
At the time when I was working for the Center for International Forensic Assistance, usually I was present during all the autopsies. Of course, it could happen that I wasn't present at one or another autopsy, but I was present during most autopsies which were performed. I worked for the organization over 3 months, and other doctors, other pathologists were coming there for a shorter period of time. What was the period of work of Maria Franzmann there? I don't know. I remember she worked over a certain period of time.
It might be a translation matter, but I think you refer to just in general autopsies and autopsies performed. Did you refer to autopsies performed by Maria Franzmann or in general?
Ogólnie
I was talking generally about all autopsies.
If I could please have on the screen document with ERN SITF 00175086 to SITF 00175147 at the page ending in 96. Yes. We can actually zoom in the upper half of the page again, please. On the top of this autopsy report, witness, we can see a date, which is 14th of May 2002, and the initials right to the word pathologist, which are MBF. If we now could go to the page ending in 104, excuse me. At the end of the page. Thank you. That's the last page of this autopsy report, and it again has a name on it, which is Maria B. Franzmann, and the date of 14th May 2002. Do you agree with me that this is a report on an autopsy conducted by Ms. Franzmann?
Tak, zgadzam.
Yes, I do agree with the statement.
Now let's have a closer look at the autopsy report first before we come back to your involvement in the autopsy. If I could please have the page ending in 99 on the screen. And we go to the bottom half. Right. So here under the heading, main injuries described, and then head and neck, it reads, skull, there was a disruption of the left zygomaticotemporal suture with reddish discolor of the soft tissue and the bone. Where at the head or the neck is the zygomaticotemporal suture?
To jest po stronie.
This is generally, it is between the nose and the eye and the mouth. It may reach, let's say, it may reach the left ear as well. So we are talking about this part of the face.
And what does a disruption of the suture mean?
Rozejście się szwu.
Meaning that the joint has been fractured or broken.
Be the cause of such an injury?
Takie obrażenia.
Well, such injuries are usually caused by a blunt object, a hard, blunt object, with a certain force applied.
It reads about the reddish discolor of the soft tissue. What indicates such a reddish discolor of the soft tissue in the bone?
W pierwszym zdaniu
In the first sentence of the autopsy, Maria wrote, well-preserved body, which means that the patient, the body, were quite well preserved. The presence of such change of color was most likely caused by a bleeding from a vascular bleeding in that area of the body.
If we next could go, please, to the page ending in 100. Thank you. Under the subheading trunk, it reads ribs right side, rib number 6 and 7 were fractured at the anterior side. There was reddish discoloration at the ribs and at the soft tissue. There was reddish fluid in the right thoracic cavity. Left side, rib number 5 to 9 were fractured at the anterior side. Rib number 8 to 10 were fractured at the lateral side, and at number 9 there were 2 lateral fractures. There was reddish discoloration of the bones and of the soft tissue. Besides the reddish discoloration of the bones and of the soft tissue, we read about reddish fluid in the right thoracic cavity in this paragraph. Can you say from this description what kind of body fluid this was?
prawdopodobnie
Well, probably. What is described here are broken ribs, 6 and 7 on the right side, on the left side ribs 5 to 9 and 8 to 10. It means fractures of ribs on both sides. In the pressure between the ribs, there is an artery and a vein, arteria vertebralis and vena vertebralis. Broken ribs, which damage soft tissue, mean that these veins and arteries burst and they begin bleeding into the thoracic cavity. With significant injuries, broken ribs also cause damage to lungs, to the lung tissue. And these are the two sources of bleeding which we observe in case of a patient who have many broken ribs, also with puncture of the lungs.
And based on the information you have in this autopsy report, if the person receiving such injuries did not receive medical treatment, would he or she survive?
bardzo dobre pytanie.
It's a very good question. With such significant injuries, it is not likely that even with proper medical assistance at a proper time, that person could survive. This is very unlikely.
A request from the interpreters for the witness to speak closer to the mic.
Witness, do you remember testifying as an expert witness in a hearing before Judge Agnieszka Klonowiecka-Millard in October 2002?
W 2002
In 2002, when I was working in Kosovo, in that case, I provided additional statement in front of an international judge.
And do you remember that specific hearing before Judge Agnieszka Klonowiecka-Millard?
nie pamiętam.
No, I don't remember it.
Please call up the document with ERN SPOE 00123936 200123940 red.
Your Honour, perhaps if we could have some clarity as to whether or not this document is sought to be used as a memory refreshing tool, as the use to which it's being put will have implications later for admissibility.
I am going to read just a short paragraph to the witness to make, to clarify his involvement into the autopsy report.
Thank you. Go ahead.
If we could please go to the page ending in 37. Thank you. And then to the middle paragraph. I'm going to read a part of this paragraph that starts with no fracture on the scalp. No fracture on the scalp, you said, witness. Let me show on my face where it is located, the zygomaticotemporal suture. The witness pointing to his upper part of the cheekbone and the triangle between the ear and the eye. It is most likely that those injury was caused by blunt trauma. The next injuries were located in the chest on the right and left side of the chest. On the right side of the chest, there were broken rib number 6 and 7 at the anterior side with the reddish discoloration of the soft tissue surrounding it. During autopsy, we also found reddish fluid in the right thoracic cavity. We can conclude that most probably it was internal bleeding to right thoracic cavity. There was also injury on the left side in the rib number 5 to 9, located at the anterior side of the chest, and ribs number 8, 9, 10 on the left lateral side, and rib number 9 on the back lateral side. Rib number 9 was broken 3 times. Rib number 8 was broken twice, and there was on the left side of the chest cavity also reddish discoloration of the bones and the soft tissue. We can conclude that most likely it was a blunt trauma to the face and multiple blunt force trauma to the chest. Witness, looking at the injuries described in this paragraph and the autopsy report just discussed, would you agree that they describe the same victim?
Obrażenia te
These injuries describe the same victim, the same patient.
In this hearing in October 2002, you testified as expert witness on the autopsy report just discussed, dated May 2002.
Tak, zeznawałem.
Yes, I did testify on this matter.
And when we focus on the sentences during autopsy, we also found, and we can conclude, and so on. Is my understanding correct that when you testified in this hearing, you were referring to an autopsy you in fact participated in?
Leading.
Overruled. Go ahead. Answer.
Prawdopodobnie byłem.
Probably I was present during that autopsy, but I cannot remember this. It happened 23 years ago.
I'm mindful of the time, Your Honours. It's 11 o'clock.
Witness, we take a half-hour break at this time. You may leave the courtroom with the usher. We're adjourned until 11:30.
All rise. All rise.
Be seated. Please bring the witness in. We continue, witness, with the questions from the prosecution. Madam Prosecutor, you have the floor.
Thank you, Your Honor. I move on to another topic, witness. If I could please have on the screen the document with the ERN 031049 to 031095 at the page ending in 52. Thank you. Witness, is this your signature on this page?
Yes, it is my signature on this page.
Prepare this report?
Yes, I did prepare this report.
We conduct the autopsy described in this report?
Personally, I have conducted the autopsy described in this report.
Please go to the page ending in 51. In the upper half of this page, under the heading Description of Main Antemortem Injuries, you write, and I quote, gunshots wounds affecting distal right femur with destruction of right patella, gunshot wound affecting upper of right tibia, and then a reference to pictures. If we can please go to the next page, ending in 52. And as a cause of death, you certify gunshots to the right leg. Witness, can you explain how the gunshot wounds to this right leg that you just described caused the individual's death?
Rany postrzałowe
The gunshot wounds were placed in the right knee, on the right leg. The area of the right knee is an area where there are both arteries and veins going through. And damage to such an extent of a bone causes that on the line of a gunshots which were executed to the right knee of the right leg, there are vessels which naturally had to be damaged, and the damage of those vessels led to the bleeding out and the death of the patient.
And in your expert opinion, what would happen if such a wound was left untreated?
A patient would die as a result of bleeding out.
I move on to another victim now. Witness, if I could please have on the screen the document with ERN SITF 000197993 to 000019810 red on page 95. If we could go to the bottom half of the page, thank you. Witness, is this your signature on this page?
Tak, jest to mój podpis.
Yes, it is my signature on this page.
You prepared this report.
Tak, przygotowałem ten raport.
Yes, I did prepare this report.
Described in this report?
I conducted it personally of this patient.
No, actually, just up this page to the upper half. Exactly. Thank you. Witness, I'm going to read you a paragraph or two paragraphs from this examination report now and then show you photographs before I ask my question. I am now reading from the first two bullet points on this page, which read, on upper right front of chest, superficial, irregular, scattered scars located on surface measuring 9 to 8 centimeters, reference to pictures 7 and 8. On ultraviolet lamp, a few scattered scars are plus minus round in shape, reference to picture 9. On upper right posterior of right shoulder, superficial, irregular, scattered scars located on surface measuring 7 to 16 centimeters, reference to pictures 18 to 19. If we could please now go to the page ending in 98. you could zoom in a little bit more, baby. Thank you. And now scroll down to the next page. And finally go to the page ending in 802. Thank you. Do the photographs I just showed you show the scars to the chest and the shoulder described in the part of the report I read out to you?
Those scars described in the report are the scars which are visible on those pictures, on the pictures shown to me.
Conclusion as to the nature of these injuries.
Those scars are a result of an injury. If I remember rightly, the patient mentioned that he got injured or got injuries, and he was burned by cigarettes, and these scars may have been a result of those injuries.
This document and instead call up document with ERN SITF 00019-134 to SITF 00019-150 read on page ending in 38, please. I move to another victim, witness. If you could scroll down a little bit further, thank you. Is this your signature on this page?
Na tej stronie
On this page, there is my signature.
tak przygotowałem.
Yes, I did prepare this report.
Examination described in this report.
I personally conducted the examination of the patient whose injuries are described in this report.
Page, you see the victim's name. I'm not going to read it out since we are in public session. And at the very end of the report, you noted recommendations, and they read, examined person should go to the clinical doctor and then should undergo X-ray examinations of head, left foot. Could we, next to this report, please have the document with ERN SITF 00372709 to 00372732 at the page ending in 21 on the screen. If we could go to the bottom half of the page. Thank you. Witness here on, just under the heading Report of Physical Examination, we see a note saying amendment to examination report of OMPF and then a reference number. Is my understanding correct that this is a follow-up report to the one we have on the right-hand side of the screen?
Yes, it's an addition.
Report on the left side of your screen. Is this your signature on this page?
On the left side of the screen, it is my signature on the report. Yes, I did prepare this report.
Next, I would like to show you a number of autopsy reports and death certificates. They concern different victims, and all I'm going to ask you about is whether you authored these items. If I could please have on the screen, instead of the two documents shown now, the document with ERN IT-03-66P228. If we could go to the bottom of this page where we see the signature. Yes, thank you. And then to the next page also, to the bottom of the page. Or middle, yes. Thank you. The two signatures just shown to you, witness, are these your signatures?
Yes, they are my signatures.
Prepare this certificate.
To ja przygotowałem
It is I who prepared this document confirming the death of that person.
Which has ERN SITF 0030155 to SITF 00030184 red 2 at the page ending in 81. And if you could go to the bottom of the page. Witness, if you look at this signature, and then the signature on the next page, ending in 82. Thank you. Are these your signatures?
Yes, these are my signatures.
Good.
Yes, I did prepare this death certificate.
Is SITF 00188171 to 00188185 at the first page. If you could go to the signature, exactly. Witness, if you have a look at this signature, and then the signature on the next page.
Tak, jest to mój podpis.
Yes, these are my signature. This is my signature.
Pages.
Na obu
On both pages, they are my signature.
Please. To the bottom, yes. Is this also your signature?
Yes, it is my signature,
I to jest
and this is my handwriting.
We saw on the first two pages indicated, and the report we now have in front of us.
Yes, I prepared the report. The death certificate I prepared based on the autopsy report.
On the screen, document with here an SPOE 00325-698 to 00325-769 at page ending in 706. Your Honors, I note that this item is subject to a pending request to be added to the SPO's exhibit list. The page ending in 706 exactly. Same procedure here, witness. I will show you the pages and ask you to confirm your signature and handwriting afterwards. If you look at this page, or this signature, this is an autopsy report. If we could scroll up a little bit, for case number FKT20/167BP, cause of death unascertained. If you look at the signature here, and then on page ending in 711, which is the last page of your handwritten original autopsy report in the same case. Do you confirm that these are your two signatures?
Tak, to są.
Yes, these are two of my signatures, and this is my handwriting.
If we then could go to the page ending in 714. This is the typewritten autopsy report in case FKT 20/112 BP, the cause of death again unascertained. Signature here, and then on the next page, which is ending in 19. At the end. Yes. This is the last page of your handwritten autopsy report. In the same case, are these both your signatures?
Yes, these are my signatures, and this is my handwriting.
Ending in 737. Again, a typewritten autopsy report in another case, which bears number FKT 20/035BP, cause of death unascertained. Your signature, is this your signature at the end of the page?
Yes, it is my signature.
9, which is the last page of your handwritten autopsy report in the same case. Is this also your signature?
It is my signature and my handwriting.
All up in this item and in 755. The typewritten autopsy report in case number FKT 20/046BP, cause of death unascertained. And then the next page ends in 62, which is the last page of your handwritten original report in the same case. Again, the question, is this your signature?
Jest to.
It is my signature and my handwriting.
Reports that I just showed you.
Yes, I did prepare them. I prepared those reports.
This is going to be the last document I call up for the time being. If I could please have on the screen the document with ERN SPOE 00194606 to 00194608 on the page ending in 07. We can stay here, the zoom in. Thank you. On this autopsy report, you see a case number on top which refers to FKT20. It is the same code as in the autopsy reports I just showed you a minute ago. Do you recall which site this code referred to?
Nie przypominam sobie.
I do not recall it to which site.
used for the exhumation at the Voluak cave. Does this refresh your recollection?
Your Honour, if my learned friend could refrain from giving evidence herself, please.
That's not the proper way to refresh his memory. Your objection is sustained.
Do you happen to remember this particular autopsy?
Nie przypominam sobie.
I do not recall it. This autopsy took place in December of the year 2004, 20 years ago.
Have you worked on any remains coming from the Voluak cave?
Wolujak.
Voluak.
Nie, które
I don't remember exactly which sections refer to the subjects or patients whose mortal remains were excavated by archaeologists and at which locations. I simply do not recall it.
Time ago. Is my in your career?
Przepraszam, czy mogę poprosić o powtórzenie pytania?
Could I ask you to rephrase this question, please?
Hundreds of autopsy in your career?
Podczas pracy w moim kraju
During work in my country, Poland, I used to do autopsies of people who died prematurely and also anthropological ones, but I cannot tell you how many. Definitely many. And on the mission internationally for 12 years, I also performed a number of autopsies, but I never counted them.
Could this be the reason why you do not recall this specific one?
Leading, Your Honour.
Sustained.
Is it correct that this autopsy report is dated 25th of January at the bottom, but that the autopsy was actually conducted on 8 December 2004?
w prawym górnym rogu
In the upper corner, you have the date 8th of December 2004. This was usually the date where we performed autopsies, but underneath you have my name. There is no signature, and the date is the 25th of January 2005.
According to your CV, you were working in Kosovo in both years, 2004 and 2005. Is that correct?
w tym
At that time, I was working for the UN mission in Kosovo.
Thank you. My last question for you, for the time being, witness, can you explain the term keyhole injury?
Zwykle tym terminem
Normally, typically, this term is used to describe gunshot injuries in the bones of the skull at 90-degree perpendicularly. And this hole is actually round and has the beveling inwards, which is also round. But if the gunshot gets into the skull at a given angle, at a certain angle, but the crane has a width. So we have various layers. So at a certain angle, the internal part, the external part falls off, and then we have a widening, which you call a crater one, and it follows the direction of the entry of the gun, of the bullet. And because of that, we have an injury that looks like a keyhole. That's why it's called a keyhole injury.
When you refer to a certain angle, could you explain what angle this is?
to jest kąt ostry.
It's a right angle or obtuse angle. It can be larger or smaller. Smaller than 45%, but it's related to the entry of the skull at an obtuse angle, usually.
On the transcript we now have on line 19, page 54, an angle smaller than 4 to 5%. If I could clarify with you, witness, did you mean percent or was it something else? And is the number correct? Could you explain again at what angle the bullet has to enter so that we call it a keyhole injury?
Zwykle kąt ostry.
It may be 45 or 50, sometimes less than 45%.
Idąc dalej,
Moving further, if this angle is not very sharp, not very big, then some of the effects of the gunshot maybe the so-called long keyhole. It's an elongated wound, prolonged wound of the bones of the skull. Tangential wound, sometimes called a long keyhole or gutter wound.
Since we again have it on the transcript, I would like to clarify maybe with the interpreters whether the number 425 is right, because I heard from the translation 45, and whether percent is correct, or whether that should be something else.
It should be 45%. It should be 5 degrees. I'm sorry, the interpreters. The Polish original was 45 degrees of the angle.
Thank you. These were all my questions, Your Honors.
Orientacyjnie 45 stopni.
So it was more or less 45 degrees for that angle.
Are you beginning?
Yes, thank
All right,
you.
go ahead.
Good afternoon, Doctor. In this case, you were asked to look at over 50 autopsy reports by the prosecution. So we have quite a lot of material that we're working with, and I'm hoping that you could just help us clarify a few matters, but I don't intend to be with you too long. Just as a starting matter, would you agree that it's correct that when you're performing autopsies on skeletal remains, you are more limited than when you are dealing with fresh cadavers who still have their soft tissue intact?
W prosektorium
In the morgue, we were receiving bodies which were delivered in plastic bags. The condition of these bodies was very different, and the general information referring the degree of decay of post-mortem changes. That information is usually put on the first page of the report, and it describes the condition of the body which was supplied to the morgue.
Exactly, and you've done so in your reports. What I just wish to clarify, as a general proposition, is that for pathologists, you are more limited in your work when you're dealing with skeletons than when you also have soft tissue. Would you agree with that?
uwaga jest bardzo słuszna.
It's a correct comment. In many cases, in my reports, in the final conclusions, I wrote that because of the post-mortem decay, the injuries of soft tissue or sort of results of illness of internal organs cannot be assessed.
To znaczy, że
That means that my conclusions are based only on the analysis of the skeletal remains. And very rightly so, it is a certain limitation.
It's right that in some of the cases that you were dealing with, you did not have the complete set of skeletal remains. Often you were dealing with a subset of the skeletal remains just a few of the bones. Is that right?
Otrzymując
When I received on my table a plastic bag with the body of the patient inside, if that happened, I never knew what was inside the bag. And sometimes these were only bone fragments, or sometimes there was only a certain number of bones, or it was the whole body of the patient, the whole patient. And that was usually indicated in the report, whether the skeleton was complete or not. In many cases, what I received was only a piece of bone.
And it's right that in approximately 26 of these cases, so about just under half of the autopsies that you performed, it's right that your conclusion was that the cause of death was unascertainable.
w pewnej liczbie tych moich
In a number of my reports, well, that report was on one bone only. Well, what can we say if we only have one bone to look at?
You're limited, and with your expertise, you're simply not in a position to come to a conclusion in relation to cause of death in those circumstances.
nie mając całego szkieletu.
Well, without having the entire skeleton at my disposal and having only a bone or a piece of a bone to look at, I wasn't able to ascertain what was the cause of death.
I want to ask you about some autopsies that you conducted in 2005. Do you recall that in May 2005 you were joined for a number of autopsies by two Serbian professors? It was a Professor Vujadin Ostevic and a Professor Slavica Dobricanin.
Z Serbii niekiedy przyjeżdżali.
Occasionally there were observers coming from Serbia. Professor Otasevic, you mentioned that name. There were two Serbian pathologists.
Just like to pull up one of those autopsies. Could we please have SPOE 000-68515 to 000-68520, please? What's being called up, Doctor, is one of the autopsies from this time period, and we'll have it on screen now in a moment. Now we can see on screen the person here, I won't name them, that this autopsy relates to. We can see their name underneath the reference number. Could we please have page ending 519? Now, Doctor, we can see your notes at the top of this page, and you've already mentioned this in passing, but what I just want to confirm, you can see here at the top it reads, and Serbs professors observed the autopsy, and we have their two names written there. Can you see where it says that? Just to confirm for the record.
Są to dwa nazwiska.
These are two names of Serbian professors who very often were observers during performed autopsies. These names are mentioned in this report.
Now, it might be implicit from your answer, but Doctor, what I'm wishing to establish is the role that they played. Is it right that they simply were observing you in your work and that you were the person conducting these autopsies as they watched you? Is that correct, as it states here?
Generalnie zgadza.
Generally, it's correct.
Now, their attendance is noted by you in a number of autopsies in this time period. Would it be correct that where their attendance is noted by you, that on each of those occasions they were observing? Is that right?
Generalnie to
Generally, that's correct.
Findings and conclusions from those autopsies, when we look at those, the findings are your findings and the conclusions are your conclusions. Is that correct?
tak, są to moje wnioski.
Yes, that's correct. These are my conclusions.
To move on to another one of your reports, and I'm hoping that you could help us clarify another issue. Could we please have SPOE 00208-422 to 00208-440, please? And if you could, you can see in the center of the page the person whose autopsy we're concerned with on the second line, so we can follow the deceased that we are dealing with. Could we please have page ending 438? Thank you. You recognize this as one of your autopsy reports?
Proszę państwa. Moment.
We see your signature at the bottom, is that right?
Na dole jest mój podpis.
It's my signature on this page. Can I read this report, please?
Tak, to jest mój podpis.
Yes, it's my signature.
Now, can we just look at the top line together for a moment? We can see that you have noted that what you're dealing with here are the totally skeletonized, disarticulated collection of bones from at least 6 adult individuals. Can you see that?
Tak, widzę ten fragment.
Yes, I do see this fragment of the text.
And that what you would have been provided with on your table that day were the remains of at least 6 skeletons. Is that right?
No, tak wynika z raportu.
Yes, this is what the report says.
We can see that you've noted that during the autopsy, 47 different samples were taken from those bones to be DNA tested. We can see that in the second line. Is that right?
Tak wynika z raportu.
Yes, again, this is what the report says.
Can we assume from that, therefore, that at the time you conducted this autopsy, you didn't know, nobody knew, whose remains you were dealing with at the time?
Jedyne, co mogę powiedzieć.
Well, the only thing I can say, these were human remains.
In a little bit, we'll see a sentence beginning right scapula. Can you see that? It reads, right scapula, from which collected DNA sample shows injury consistent with gunshot. In brackets, DNA sample 47. Yes?
Tak wynika z raportu.
This is what the report says.
it's recorded that the rest of the bones showed no clear ante-mortem injuries, yes?
Znaczy, że pozostałe
This means that the remains that we investigated, we had no signs of injuries that could suggest the cause of death.
And we can see where the cause of death is listed. What's listed there is that for DNA sample 47, so for whomever the scapula belongs to, they would have a cause of death of gunshot to the chest. But just that one bone. Is that right?
przyczyna zgonu odnosi się
The cause of death refers only to this one case.
Can we have in this document, please, the page ending 437? Now, remembering witness, we had a name when we first opened this document. We can see again the name of a deceased here. And we see on this death certificate that the cause of death is listed as being unascertained. Is that right?
No, tak wynika z raportu.
Well, this is what the report says.
Could I please have, we can leave this on half the screen, please, to the left or the right. And can I please have up SITF 00180714 to 000180738, please. Now, witness, what's being brought up is testimony of anthropologist, Braber, okay? Is that somebody who you worked with when you were in Kosovo?
Jose Pablo Barajbar?
Yes.
Tak. To był mój szef.
Your Honour, I didn't receive a translation for the witness's last answer.
Yes, Jose Pablo Barajbar, he was my boss. This is what the witness just said.
In the document, if you go to the second last line at the bottom, what we're looking at here is witness Pablo Braber, and this is a record of his evidence in a domestic Kosovan proceeding in December 2005, just so you know what we're looking at, okay? Now, within that document, could I please have page ending 719? Now, you'll see here, could I have, please, the bottom half of the page in view? Thank you, perfect. And could we have it a little bit bigger, please, to assist the witness? As big as we can get that question and answer all on screen. Plus the question. Plus the question, thank you. Now, just for your benefit, witness, can you see the question that the prosecutor is asking? He says, let's discuss your first report about, and then he names the same person that we can see on the right-hand side of the screen. Is that right?
Let's discuss the first report about
Albeit minus a H.
Yes.
So we're just going to Doctor, are you able to read in English? Presumably, yes, the reports are in English. Could you just take your time to read that last paragraph to yourself and just take a moment to consider it, and then we'll discuss it again.
While we're waiting, could you slow down just a little bit? You're talking over each other a bit.
Doctor, perhaps if I can put it in this way. Your report found that the only bone that had an injury that could have caused death was the scapula. Is that right?
Łopatka.
Scapula.
At the time you performed your autopsy, it was not known who that scapula belonged to. Is that right?
That's correct.
Had an injury that could be attributable to a death. Is that right?
Tak wynika z raportu.
This is what the report concludes.
Information that Baraber is giving in evidence, where he says DNA testing was done and 7 of the 47 samples taken were attributed to the person we have named there, yes? You see where he says that? It's the second line of the second paragraph.
Od góry. Tak, widzę to.
Yes, I do see it.
That some of the bones are attributable to this person through DNA testing.
Tak wynika.
Yes, that's what the report says.
As the scapula, so the one bone that had an injury, the scapula, could not be linked to any person. Do you see where he says that?
Tak, widzę to.
Yes, I do see that.
Turn back to the certificate on the right-hand side. Does it therefore make sense that if the scapula does not belong to this man, we don't know his cause of death because it wasn't his scapula?
Czy DNA ustaliło, czyja...
Has the DNA led to establish whose scapula it was?
As you'll see on the left, the only information we have available from Dr. Baraber is that the scapula could not be linked to any person. So the understanding, his understanding in 2005 was at that point they couldn't link it to anyone. But what we do know is it's not attributable to the man we see named on the right, according to this evidence. Would you agree?
Pobrane?
The samples of the DNA were taken. There was a DNA sample taken from the scapula. So whose scapula is it then?
Question, Doctor, that remains unanswered. But what I'm asking you about is this man. I'm not interested in asking you about whose it may be. I just want to deal with this man on the right. Would you agree it's not his? And therefore, it makes sense to you that his cause of death is unascertained.
Odpowiedź.
The answer could be given only after we've examined the DNA results.
Are you saying that you don't accept the evidence of Dr. Baraber as we've read it? That you don't accept his recounting of the DNA results?
Czy można zapoznać
Can I see the report and the DNA examination of the scapula? From my report, it concludes that the sample, the DNA sample, has been taken.
The only fatal injury that you identified in those collections of bones was that one scapula. Is that correct?
tak wynika
That is a conclusion from my report.
Just focus a little bit more on the document on the right-hand side, please. If we could just scroll up a little bit. Down? I'd like the bottom, okay, no, not changing the page, just the same page, but the bottom of the page. Thank you. You were shown this document, Doctor, by the prosecution when you met them in prep session. Do you recall it?
Tak, przypominam.
Yes, I do recall it.
And you had noticed that the signature on this page is not your signature, is that right?
To nie jest mój.
It is not my signature.
And to explain why it was signed by somebody else on your behalf, is that right?
I am unable to answer this question.
You have no memory of authorizing or asking somebody else to sign this on your behalf?
I do not recall.
A different document. Could I please have IT 0366 P228? Again, Doctor, this was a document that you were shown in your prep session. Do you recall seeing this one? Please.
Tak, to jest mój podpis.
Yes, it is my signature.
And is it right that you told the prosecution in relation to this document that it seems like you signed this for Dr. Morcillo, and therefore it seems most likely that she performed the autopsy and you signed the death certificate on her behalf? That's what you told the prosecution in prep session, is that right?
Tak, na...
Yes, this is what it seems, yes.
Presently have a memory of this specific case?
I do not recall the circumstances surrounding this case today.
Would not be in a position to explain why it is that you signed for her or whether or not you played any role in the autopsy.
Nie potrafię.
I am unable to answer this question.
Her behalf, and if it was her who had conducted that autopsy, you took on trust her findings and conclusions and signed this death certificate on her behalf.
Zaufałem.
I trusted the conclusions made by the forensic doctor who conducted this autopsy.
You please now have SITF 000303155 to SITF 000301884 read 2. Doctor, you can see here we have the beginnings of an autopsy report handwritten, is that right?
It is a handwriting. It is not my handwriting.
Would you agree was performed by Dr. Ong? Perhaps if we could go to page ending 0159, please. We can see the summary of the report there with Dr. Ong's name at the bottom. Do you see that?
Data jest 20.
The date is the 25th of June. Up
Do you see that?
ONG.
ONG.
That because the summary is in his name, that the autopsy was likely also conducted by him.
This is what this report leads towards.
We know recognize the handwriting. Would that be fair?
Yes, this is correct.
Please go to page ending 0181. And if you can zoom out, please, and scroll to the bottom. Do we see your signature here on this death certificate?
Yeah, there is a date, 2002. It is my signature.
Then, like with the last autopsy we looked at, that you would have looked at the report of your colleague, Dr. Ong, taken his conclusions and findings on trust, and signed this death certificate based on that. Would that be a fair assessment of what would have taken place?
Można by to tak określić.
It could be described like that.
00169843 to 00169851 read. And you can see the person listed at the top with whom we're dealing. It is their examination I'd like to look at. Could we please look at page ending 9849? And we can see here an initialing. Is that your handwriting there, or would that have been initialed on your behalf?
Tak, jest to moje pismo.
Yes, this is my handwriting.
Death given by you is gunshot to the head and chest. Is that right? In the middle of the page.
The head and chest.
Head and chest. Yes, this is what is in the report.
To look at the autopsy report itself. And if you can scroll to the bottom, where the findings are listed. Thank you. You can see here, Doctor, at the bottom, I'd like to just look at the injury to the trunk, please. You list here injury to the ribs on the left side affecting ribs 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11. Injury is consistent with a gunshot. Do you see that?
Consistent? Yes, I can see it on this page.
Ribs, as we can see, were involved in the injury you observed. Is that right?
From the description is leading to that the injuries of the ribs were caused by gunshot, tangential shot to the trunk with the injuries to the ribs.
My question was in relation to the number of ribs involved. It's right that a number of ribs were involved in this injury, is that right?
From the report, it concludes that there were 6 ribs injured on the left side.
To 10 centimetres, as you note on your last line, is that right?
Obrażenia
The injuries are located 6 to 10 centimeters from the caput costae, that is from the spine.
Injury, as you've just mentioned, is consistent with gunshot. That was your finding, yes?
do rany postrzałowej.
Yes, it's consistent with gunshot.
With gunshot, that it's not possible to exclude completely that these injuries were caused by blunt force trauma.
W uwadze zapisane.
In the report I wrote,
Gunshot. Probably tangential shot. Obrażenia.
so these are injuries consistent with a gunshot wound, tangential, from a tangential shot, causing injuries to ribs.
It's not being challenged that these injuries are consistent with a gunshot wound as you've described. What I'm simply asking is whether or not you would agree that in addition to that, it's not possible to exclude completely that they could have been caused by blunt force trauma, that that's not possible to exclude as an alternative.
Raczej rana
Well, it's more likely that it was a gunshot.
You cannot exclude as causation blunt force trauma.
całkowicie.
Well, it is highly unlikely that these injuries could be caused by something different than a gunshot.
Have, please, SITF 001. Oh, pardon me, I'll give you the range first. SITF 000197993 to 810 is the range. Doctor, what's being brought on the screen in a moment will be the photographs you looked at a moment ago with the prosecutor. Could we please have within this page ending 798, please? Thank you. Do you recall seeing this image earlier?
Zdjęcie to
This photo was taken during investigation of the examination of the patient.
Your evidence earlier this morning to the prosecution was that the scars that we see here, in your words, may have been caused by burning of cigarettes. Is that right?
przyczyna
Well, the cause of these injuries could be different, and one of the possible causes is burning with a cigarette with such results.
Agree with me that typically when one sees injuries caused by the burning of the tip of a cigarette, that a person will suffer a crater-like scar as a result of that mechanism.
uwaga jest bardzo słuszna, ale
It's a correct comment. However, these injuries and these burns resulting from burning with a cigarette tip, sometimes they cause an infection. And then these scars have an irregular shape and are bigger. What happened in this case? Well, scars were identified, and they could be a result of such injuries.
But is it right to understand your evidence that you do agree with the proposition that typically one would expect to find with a cigarette tip burn a crater-like scar? Of course, we can have, in certain occasions, different forms of scar.
jeśli nie są powikłane stanem
Well, if there is no infection or inflammation that follows,
And you would agree that in this person that you examined, you found no crater-like scar?
wykryłem te blizny,
well, I have discovered such scars as seen in these photos and as they were put in the report, as they were described in the report.
For the record, can we take that answer to mean no? No, you didn't find any.
jeśli rany oparzenia
So if cigarette tip burns, if they are followed by inflammation, then the scars usually have an irregular shape, just like those seen in the picture here. And from my experience, I know that burns heal in very different ways, especially burns with a cigarette tip.
Thank you. Could we please have one more document before the lunch break? Can we have SITF 0017 5086 to SITF 0017 5147? Doctor, this is an autopsy you were asked about a little earlier. And can I have within that, please, page 5104? This is the autopsy, Doctor, conducted by Dr. Frankman. Do you recall being asked questions about that earlier?
tak pamiętam.
Yes, I do remember.
Just to clarify the position with this autopsy, you today don't have a memory of this specific autopsy, is that fair? I believe we're missing perhaps a translation for my last question. I'll repeat it. Just to clarify, Doctor, you don't have a memory of this specific autopsy from the time as we sit here today?
Nie przypominam sobie.
I don't recall this autopsy in detail.
And as you've explained to the prosecution,
Jak wyjaśnił pan prokuraturze,
as you've explained to the prosecution earlier, you do recall being present for almost all of Dr. Frankman's autopsies, but you can't be sure whether or not you were present for this one. Would that be fair?
Podczas pracy dla tej.
well, during my work for that organization, I was usually present at the morgue during most of the autopsies which were performed there.
Of course, you were usually there, and you were certainly there for most of the autopsies that she conducted. But sitting here today, you cannot be certain that you were here for this one. Is that right?
Ask and answer, Your Honours.
You can answer. Go ahead.
Nie przypominam sobie tej sekcji.
I didn't receive.
I do not recall this concrete autopsy.
So therefore, Doctor, would it be fair to say that when you gave evidence about this autopsy in the past in Kosovo, and when you've given evidence about it today, what you are giving us is your expert analysis of the autopsy as you read it. Is that right?
Jest to informacja.
This is information that I provide on the basis of the report from autopsy.
Your own findings and conclusions, as you would come to them if it was your autopsy. What you have done here is read the autopsy of another person and commented upon the findings as you saw within it. Is that fair?
Informacje udzielone.
Well, I provided this information on the basis of the autopsy report which was compiled by the person who performed the autopsy, and that person wrote that report.
And like with the other autopsies we've looked at, you took it on trust that those findings and conclusions were correct.
W tym przypadku
In this case, the autopsy was performed by a professor, and the conclusions were written down in the report, and this is the basis for me.
One document left. I'm content to either go on for 5 minutes, deal with it now, or perhaps we're better off coming back at 2:30.
You mean you'll be finished with your questioning in 5 minutes?
It depends on the answers I get.
Pardon me?
It depends on the answers I get. It may string into 10. Okay. Thank you.
Witness, we'll give you a break for lunch now. It'll be an hour and a half, and you'll come back at 2:30, and then we'll go on after then.
Your Honours, for planning purposes, can we know for how much longer the other teams wish to go on?
Your Honour, in terms of timing, I have one document.
Go ahead, Ms. Rowan, now.
I would have optimistically thought I could deal with it in less than 10 minutes. It's a little bit niggly because of the way the documents have been presented, but it is just one document.
What about you, Ms. Capicoli?
I don't think I'll have any questions.
We don't have any questions, Your Honor.
No questions from us either.
All rise.
We're adjourned.
Rise.
Be seated, please. Please bring the witness in, Madam Court Usher. Welcome back, Doctor. Ms. Rowan will have a few more questions for you. Please give her your attention.
Doctor, I just want to deal with one more document and then we'll be finished. Could I please have on screen SPOE 00212-987 to SPOE 00213-007? And can we have page 2, please? Thank you. Actually, let's go to the second last page of this to orientate ourselves. I think it will be easier, please. And look at the death certificate. Now, we can see at the top of this page the person that we are concerned with. Witness, do you see a person's name at the top of this document? No need to read it aloud.
Widzę imię.
I can see the name and the surname, and in the next 1, 2, 2, 4, 8 reports.
Then in this batch of documents, but is it
7. Tak.
Yes, 7.
And is it right that we understand that list of numbers, so the numbers F, K, T, and then we have the numbers, each of those numbers refers to a report, is that right? Or refers
This is what it transpires from those markings.
And we can see here, that's fine. We can see here that the cause of death listed in this certificate reads here as unascertained. Is that right?
Nieustalona.
Unascertained.
Following is to just look at what we actually have here in terms of the different reports, because it is a little bit confusing, this file. I'm hoping you can help us just clarify a few things. Can we just go back to the beginning, please, to the second page? Thank you. And I'd like us to just scroll out. Or zoom out, pardon me, so we can see the whole document. Thank you. Now we see here at the top of the page, witness, an FKT number, as we saw in the death certificate. Is that right?
FKT 20/034 BP.
So we see here a cause of death unascertained.
Ponieważ ten protokół
This report was dealing with examination of a part of the fragment of a thigh bone, of the femur bone. Sorry.
I'm just hoping that you could help us just look at what documents we have, and we'll deal with the details in a moment. Could we just go over the page, please? I'd like to take this relatively quickly. We then see that we have your autopsy here. And if we flick over another page, we have, a second autopsy report. Yes? Can we zoom out, please? Yes? Another FKT autopsy report.
FKT 20
FKT 20/156 BP.
We see the details here. Over the page again. We have another autopsy report, FKT 20 again. Yes?
FKT
FKT 20/157 BP.
That we have 7 separate autopsy reports, like this one, for different fragments of bone. Is that right?
Te raporty
These reports encompassed human bones.
You know, if you would like to see each report individually, but is it right that for 5 of the 7 autopsy reports in this file, the cause of death is listed as unascertained?
That's what transpires from the reports.
Therefore, to assume that when the mortuary received these different collections of remains, it was not known that they all belonged to the same person, because had the mortuary known that, they would have been considered together.
These are the procedures.
Just explaining what's clearly happened here so we can understand why we have a number of reports instead of one. Now, it's right that we do have a cause of death for 2 of these reports. Is that right? For example, the one on screen gives us a cause of death as injury to the sacrum and lumbar vertebrae.
tak wynika z
This is what transpires from the report.
Back to the death certificate, please. That's on the second last page. ending 3006, I believe. Thank you. Now, just looking, if we can zoom out a little bit, just looking for the date of this report, it should be toward the signature block. We can see the date of this report here is in 2012, is that right? We can see that on the bottom left-hand corner. Is that, can you see that on the document?
Tak, widzę to na
Yes, I can see it on the document.
You can see at the top that each of these bone fragments have been attributed to the person we see named at the top. Would that be this, how this report reads as you understand it?
No, tak na...
This is how it should be understood. If the examinations of the DNA confirmed this, that those bones belong to this person.
2005, when the autopsies were conducted.
As I mentioned earlier, we were receiving plastic container, a plastic bag, which contained remains, and we were examining them.
Here is that a number of years after the autopsies were conducted and after the DNA results were received, a DNA certificate was then issued for this person, taking both of those findings together in one. Pardon me, a death certificate was then issued for this person.
Death certificate.
Perhaps I should ask the question again. What's happened here is that the autopsies took place in 2005, DNA was sent for testing, and then when DNA results came back in 2012, somebody has issued a death certificate, putting the information in the autopsies together with the DNA and issuing the certificate we have here. Would that be a fair assumption as to what's happened here?
From the report, it transpires that this is what took place.
I just want to look at the signature block. Now, we can see your name, doctor, at the bottom, but that's not your signature. Pardon me, we can see your name in print, but that's not your signature. Is that right?
To nie jest mój podpis.
It is not my signature.
And again, to the signature block at the bottom. And again, here we have your name in type, but also, again, not your signature. Is that correct?
To nie jest mój...
This is not my signature.
To explain to us why it is that somebody else signed for you in 2012. Is that right?
I am unable to answer this question. The death certificate was issued on the 3rd of April 2012. I was working until the end of June 2012.
That it might have been a Dr. Barbu who signed this. Is that right?
To była kobieta.
It was a woman.
Najprawdopodobniej.
Most likely, the name corresponds to the surname mentioned here.
In Kosovo?
It was a lady who was working for a certain time in Kosovo, in the territory of Kosovo.
a forensic medical doctor.
That means pathologist. This doctor was a pathologist, yes?
Można tak założyć.
We can assume that.
What you understood her qualifications to be when you worked with her?
This is what should be understood as such.
If we just scroll to the top of this page, we can see that the cause of death is inserted here as unascertained. Can we assume that because Dr. Carmen Barbu signed this document, that it was likely she who inserted the cause of death as unascertained?
Yes, this report indicates to this.
One would assume that she looked at the 7 reports that you had compiled in 2005 that were available at the time. Could we assume that?
As it transpires from this report, this lady got to know those reports, including FKT 20157 BP. And in that report, there was the cause of death mentioned.
Cause of death now with you. Can we look at page ending 2999? And if you could just zoom out a little bit. Now, this is one of the autopsy reports where a cause of death is given. And we can see here on the top line that this was an autopsy of a disarticulated middle and proximal part of the right femur. So is it right that all that was available for this autopsy was part of a thigh bone?
Z raportu tak wynika.
This is what comes out of the report.
Thigh, is that correct?
Tak z raportu.
This is what the report says.
The detailed findings, please. At the bottom of the page. You can have your observations here at the bottom. Doctor, because this was simply one skeletal remain, it's correct, isn't it, that you would not have had the benefit of observing any vascular or soft tissue when conducting your analysis?
Could I have a look at the annotations on the first page? There is any information in what state those remains were.
Page. Is this the page you wish to see?
Tak.
Yes. Skeletonized totally. Deprived of an inaudible. With no soft tissue. There was no soft tissue present. Only the skeletal bones remained.
The next page over. So it's right, Doctor, then, in the absence of the soft tissue and the vascular system, you weren't in a position to analyse the extent of the injury of any gunshot to the soft tissue or to any organs. Is that right?
The soft tissues weren't there in the provided for the analysis material, in the material provided for the analysis. So I am unable to say what was the state of the soft tissues.
Circumstances can be survivable. Would you agree with that?
The gunshot wound, Trochanter major, is in the upper part of the femur bone, thigh bone. Here it is evident that there is a defect of a diameter of about 7-8 millimeters with a crateral expansion, and it is consistent with the gunshot wound from the right, going from right to the left.
But absent the soft tissue and simply in possession only of part of the femur, you wouldn't be able to assess definitively the extent of any injury, for example, to organs in the pelvic region or injuries to any arteries, because they simply weren't present for you to examine. Would that be fair?
It is a very apt remark, but one has to take into account what organs are nearby in the proximity of the damaged bone. And what vessels are nearby, blood vessels.
Of course, this is a possible cause of death, and it is possible that this gunshot wound could have been fatal, dependent upon the extent of the damage it caused. But would you agree that on the information available, which is just the femur bone, that a definitive decision or conclusion could not be made as to cause of death, but that a possible cause of death in the gunshot wound could be identified?
From that description, it transpires that the injuries, those injuries, were most likely antemortem or perimortem, within a period predecessing the death. In that area where there was a gunshot wound established, there are quite important and vital blood vessels present, and an injury of that area must have caused injuries to the vascular system, cardiovascular system, which usually causes relatively quick death of a patient.
Of course, it is possible, and I understand your evidence to be that it is likely that those vessels were damaged. But would you not agree that in the absence of that soft tissue, you cannot say definitively that they were in fact damaged, albeit likely that they were?
Well, according to the anatomy of a human being, in this part there are blood vessels, arteries and veins. So an injury of a bone in that place must cause the tissues that are nearby. including the blood vessels.
But may not necessarily, in all circumstances, cause death.
Could we look at the anatomy of a human being? There are crucial, very important blood vessels which are supplying the pelvis and the thigh bone. The damage to the bone leads to conclude that the tissues in that area. So according to the common sense, the damage to the bone in that area caused damage to the soft tissues, including the arteries and veins.
I simply wish for there to just be clarity on your evidence, without the need to refer to diagrams to assist. Your evidence is it that this injury was necessarily fatal? Just to be clear, that's your evidence. This injury was necessarily fatal in and of itself. A yes or a no would assist just at this juncture.
Uraz, który spowodował
An injury which caused the soft tissues damage, including blood vessels, so veins and arteries, which led to the loss of blood and to the death.
Would you accept that a pathologist of a more purist persuasion would come to a different conclusion?
I'm unable to answer this.
We're going to pull up, Doctor, as is coming, the second autopsy report where a cause of death was listed.
I have not caught the page number. If Council could repeat it, please.
It's the same batch, but it should be ending 2992, which looks like it's page 6. Yeah. Thanks. All right, Doctor, we can see here a list at the top of this page of the bones that were concerned in this autopsy report. We have a sacrum and some other bones, and then we have the cause of death listed as injury to the OS sacrum and lumbar vertebrae. Do you see that? Yes?
Tak z raportu wynika.
This is what transpires from the report.
And if you can scroll toward the middle of the page, can we just pause here in the middle? Can we see there, sorry, can we have the whole of the bottom of this document on the page? Thank you. All right, we see your findings listed here, Doctor. Under other findings, we'll see that there's an old healed fracture to the left side of the sacrum, is that right? So that was an old injury you had identified? Sorry, witness, you will have to answer affirmatively as well as nod so we can capture it on the transcript, please. So just ask you again, can you see that it's noted here that there's an old healed fracture of the left side of the sacrum?
Tak, to jest.
Yes, it's an old fracture. Of the left side of the sacrum os.
At number 4.
na stare złamanie lewej kości.
Well, there was simply a new injury overlapping and overlapped on the old one, and it's described in the report, and it happened ante-mortem.
Before death, in your view.
For that.
So, am I right in
Przed
understanding?
śmiercią.
Yes, it means before death.
Here, an old heel fracture to the left sacrum and a separate injury unidentified to the left sacrum.
Tak wynika z raportu.
This is what transpires from this report.
It only lists it as injury. It doesn't describe the nature of the injury. Is that right? Is that correct?
Tak wynika z raportu.
This is what transpires from this report.
Be able to necessarily identify the nature of the injury, given the way that it's described here. It can be assumed that it's a fracture, but it's not stated in terms. Is that right?
I cannot answer for other pathologists or forensic doctors. So in my report, you just read what I found during the autopsy, what I found during the autopsy, and this is my responsibility I take.
I want to look at is the phraseology that you used in the finding number 1, and we see that that relates to the lumbar vertebrae injury, and we note that in your findings themselves, in addition to ticking a box on the right-hand side, you note that it was probably peri-mortem. Can you see where it says that? In brackets at the end.
Tak, zgadza się.
That's right.
Means in and around the time of death. It can include shortly before or shortly after death, is that right?
Albo przed zgonem, albo zaraz po zgonie.
Indeed. Antemortem or perimortem.
In terms of the definition of perimortem, perimortem can mean, as a term, it means in and around the cause of death. A perimortem injury can be suffered shortly before, but also shortly after death, is that right?
Zgonu.
Those terms are actually very similar. Antemortem / perimortem, I would say.
Fine perimortem.
At a time when it's related to death, it's just before or just after death. These terms are really very close in meaning.
And we see that you go out of your way to note here that it is probably perimortem. So that was, in your opinion, not a definitive finding. It was a probable finding. Is that how we read number 1?
Probably perimortem.
I say probably perimortem.
last injury listed, where there is no such equivalent lack of clarity, where you say clearly ante-mortem injury. So with number 4, there was no uncertainty on your part as to when that injury was caused. Is that right?
Tak, widzę to.
Yes, I can see that.
Sorry, the previous page. And it's my last question. We see the cause of death here is noted on these as injury to the sacrum and to the lumbar vertebrae. Would you agree that looking at those findings as they have been described by you, considering that the lumbar vertebrae injury was noted as probably being perimortem, and then taking into account the injury to the sacrum being noted as old and as new, that another pathologist reading this report a number of years later could have taken the view that this injury was not a definitive cause of death, but a possible cause of death?
This calls for speculation, Your Honours.
He doesn't have any way of knowing what another pathologist would do.
Witness, let me ask it this way. Would you agree that considering the absence, again, of the soft tissue, of the vascular system when examining these bodies, and considering your own finding that that lumbar vertebrae injury could only be said to be probably perimortem, that in those circumstances, while it is of course possible that this is a possible cause of death, that you could not say definitively that it is in fact the cause of death? Would you agree with that?
Odpowiadam za moje
I take responsibility for my reports and for the cause of deaths that I put in my reports, and I offer no comments on other pathologists. These are my findings during autopsies.
Bearing in mind, when you conducted this autopsy, and you did not have the soft tissue, and you did not have the vascular system, and considering your own findings around the lumbar vertebrae injury being said to be no more than probably perimortem, that taking those factual findings of yours into account, would you agree with me that while it is possible it is the cause of death, you cannot say it is definitively the cause of death? Would you agree with that or no?
Podczas sekcji
During the autopsy, with the injuries that I found, which I took into account as the cause of death, there was no evidence of healing of bone. That means that these injuries were inflicted very briefly before death.
That you cannot definitively say that these injuries caused the death. This person may have died in another way. For example, a shot to the thigh, which you also said might have killed this person, or
Asked
in
and
another...
answered, Your Honours.
Could I finish the question before it's objected to?
It has been asked and answered quite a few times, and he is not going to agree with you.
I assume the objection is sustained. I assume, therefore, the objection is sustained.
Well, yes, it is.
Thank you. Then I'm finished.
Thank you.
No, thank you.
No, Your Honour.
No, Your Honour.
Do you have any redirect, Madam Prosecutor?
No redirect, thank you.
Doctor, your testimony is complete now. You have satisfied your obligation to the court, and we will release you now from any further testimony. You may leave the courtroom in the company of our court usher. Thank you for being with us, and we wish you well in the future.
Dziękuję.
Thank you very much.
Are you ready with the next witness? We need to spend a little time getting things out of the courtroom, so we'll take a half-hour break. Huh? Well, 20 minutes. We'll take 20 minutes and see if we can be ready to go in that time period.
Your Honour, might I just raise briefly, like with the other expert witnesses, the defence were afforded a number of days to respond to the prosecution's tender. Could we have the same and ask for Friday, please, for
Yes.
this witness?
I was going to give you that time also.
Excellent, thank you.
You will provide in writing the tender of each of your documents by what day? Tomorrow?
Absolutely, we can do that today.
Okay. And then you may respond by Friday, and if you have a reply, that should be on Monday. So we're adjourned for a half hour, or for 20 minutes.
All rise. All rise.
Be seated. Not on. Before we start hearing the evidence of prosecution, witness W04743, there are some preliminary matters that the panel would like to address. Madam Court Officer, please bring us into private session.
Your Honors, we are now in public session, and I can confirm that the protective measures have been removed, and from this point on, the witness will testify without voice and face distortion. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Court Officer. Witness, we are now ready to start your testimony. I'd ask you to please stand for just a moment. The usher will now provide you with the text of the solemn declaration which you are asked to take pursuant to our Rule 141, Paragraph 2. Please take a look at the document and then read it aloud.
Conscious of the significance of my testimony and my legal responsibility, I solemnly declare that I will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, and that I shall not withhold anything which has come to my knowledge.
Witness, today we will start your testimony, which is expected to last approximately 2 days. As you may know, the prosecution will ask you questions first. Thereafter, the defense has the right to ask questions, and members of the panel might also ask questions of you. The prosecution estimate for your examination is 3 hours. The defense estimates that it will need approximately 4 hours and 15 minutes. As regards each estimate, we hope that counsel will be judicious in the use of their time. The panel may allow redirect examination by the prosecution if conditions for it are met. Witness, please try to answer the questions clearly with short sentences. If you don't understand a question, feel free to ask counsel to repeat the question or tell them that you don't understand and they will clarify. Also, please try to indicate the basis of your knowledge of facts and circumstances you will be asked about. In the event you are asked by the SBO to attest to some corrections made regarding your statements, you are reminded to confirm on the record that the written statement, as corrected by the list of corrections, accurately reflects your declaration. Please also speak into the microphone and wait 5 seconds before answering a question, and then speak at a slow pace so the interpreters can catch up. While you are giving evidence in this court, you are not allowed to discuss with anyone the content of your testimony outside of the courtroom. If any person asks you questions outside the court about your testimony, please let us know. Please stop talking if I ask you to do so, and also stop talking if you see me raise my hand. These indications that I need to give you an instruction. If you feel the need to take a break, please let us know and an accommodation will be made. We are aware that counsel has been assigned to you, Mr. Witness, so that you are able to seek legal advice if he has any legitimate concerns of self-incrimination or if you do. Witness, I remind you that per the solemn declaration that you have just read, you are obliged to tell the truth. Under our rules, you are hereby advised that you are not required to answer a question that is incriminating unless and until the panel compels you to answer in accordance with our Rule 151, Paragraph 2, and determines if an assurance under Rule 151, Sub 3 should be provided to you. You are hereby advised that in the event such a question of a self-incrimination arises, you or your assigned counsel may raise the issue to the panel, and we will proceed to determine whether or not and under what circumstances you might be compelled to answer. In such a case, the decision as to whether you must answer a question is exclusively that of the panel. If ordered to do so by the panel, you must answer all the questions of you. We begin now with the questions from the prosecution. They're seated to your left. Please give them your attention. Madam Prosecutor, you have the floor. Yes.
May I say something and file a request to the trial panel, please? duke pasur considering that I was a member of the Kosovo Liberation Army and my answers to the questions that will be asked of me might contain incriminating elements, I would kindly ask the trial panel to guarantee me, give me assurances given to a witness in compliance with the Constitution and in accordance with the rules and procedures and the European Convention of Human Rights. Thank you.
Madam Prosecutor, it appears that he's asking for an assurance. Does the prosecution have a position?
Yes, Your Honor. We'd like to indicate that we would like an assurance pursuant to Rule 153B to be provided.
Sorry, defense wish to be heard on this issue? No? Witness, I remind you that you have been called to testify and are obligated to testify and to tell the truth. If you do not tell the truth, you might be sanctioned. If you believe you may incriminate, as you have stated you could, by answering a question you may refuse to answer, but instead you're asking for an assurance. Is that correct?
That is correct, Your Honor.
Is that you would not be prosecuted by anyone concerning the statements you make in the courtroom to questions asked of you. Do you understand that?
I do. That is correct.
Ordered by the court to answer questions, you are bound to do so. If you fail to answer questions after you have been directed to do so by the panel, you might be subject to sanctions for it. Please note that you are not permitted to refuse to answer questions at this point since we are granting you the request that you made. You have been granted the assistance of counsel. Counsel is not with you, but you have consulted with him. Is that correct?
Yes, that's clear. I have consulted, but I did not wish to have a counsel present here.
You're right, and we appreciate that. The SBO has agreed to granting the assurance that you requested and has no objection to it. So the assurance in accordance with Rule 151, paragraphs 2 and 3 of the rules is granted. And we will proceed now.
Your Honour, if I just may, at this point, my understanding from the rules is that as a consequence of 1513A, the evidence is now given in camera.
He has chosen to testify in public.
Okay, so the position is that he's waived that protection from Rule 151?
I assume that, but I will ask him for you.
I just want to be clear for the record, Your Honour.
Understood.
And Mr. President, I just rise just as to point out that the assurance under 3B with respect to jurisdictions outside of this jurisdiction, if it's in public, obviously, then it needs to be clear to him that, yeah, thank you. Thank you.
So you are asked to testify in public, but when you testify in public, you are going to be saying things that are heard outside of this jurisdiction. Do you understand that? Would you rather testify in camera with no one hearing it but those in this room?
I understand. However, I wish to testify publicly.
Which is a fact, is that the assurances we give you are for Kosovo and for this jurisdiction that we're in and this court. But someone else in some other jurisdiction may try to use your words against you, and that's why we give you the opportunity to testify what we call in camera, and that is without anybody hearing it but those in this room. And you're giving up that right. And are you doing so consciously and voluntarily?
Yes.
Madam Prosecutor, you may begin.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Krasniqi. My name is Vega Jodice, and today I will be asking you questions on behalf of the SPO. As explained during our last meeting, rather than asking you questions about every relevant issue you may have information about, it may be possible to admit some of your statements containing such information into evidence. There are a number of procedural steps to follow in order to do so. Before turning to these, I would like to first establish your identity. So could you please tell your name to the court?
Nasser Krasniqi.
Nasser Krasniqi.
What is your date of birth?
11 October 1973.
What is your country of nationality?
I'm a citizen of Kosovo.
Kam studiuar pas luftës.
I studied after the war. I studied law faculty.
Sir, you have given a statement to the SPO in the past, and you were allowed to review it in preparation for testimony. Could court officer please bring up ERN 082908 TRET and the Albanian translation?
Which part?
Just the first page.
Just the first.
Thank you.
Of the part one, I assume.
Yes, thank you. Do you recall being interviewed by the SPO in 2019?
Yes, I do.
The 2 days.
Yes.
Bring up SPOE 000-73191 to 73199 and the Albanian, that's SPOE 000-73200 to 73209. Do you recall being interviewed by the SPRK in 2011 on the 12th of May?
Yes.
Reading these statements in your language last week.
Yes, that is correct.
That you had the opportunity to make corrections and clarifications to these statements.
Yes.
Recall that those corrections were written down in a note and read back to you.
Po.
Yes.
That what was read back to you in that note reflects your changes fully and accurately.
Po, confirmo.
Yes, I do confirm that.
Now, if we include all the corrections and clarifications that you made last week, is the information in your statement accurate and truthful to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Informațiunii është sa.
The information is correct and accurate.
Thank you. And if you were asked the same questions today about those same events, would your answers be the same?
Po.
Yes.
Fulfill the Rule 154 criterion in accordance with decision F02804, paragraphs 24-25, I'd like to tender 082908 TRET, parts 1 to 5. The ending is revised, corrected, interpretation, revised, read, and their Albanian translations. 082909 TRET, parts 1 to 6. Parts 1, 4, and 6 have the ending revised, corrected, interpretation, revised, read, and part 5 has the ending part 5 revised, read, and the Albanian translations. And I'd also like to tender SPOE 000-73191 to 73199 and its Albanian translation SPOE 73200 to 73209. Finally, I'd like to tender Preparation Note 1, which is ERN 124938 to 124958.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
ERN 082908 TRET, parts 1 through 5 is admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. Part 1 of 082908 will receive exhibit number P02006.1. Part 2 will be assigned exhibit number P02006.2. Part 3 P02006.3. Part 4 P02006.4. And Part 5 P02006.5. Classification for all of them is confidential.
They can be public.
Thank you.
Reclassified as public. And then 082909 TRET, parts 1 through 6 is admitted.
Part 1 of 082909 will receive exhibit number P02007.1, Part 2 P02007.2, Part 3 P02007.3, Part 4 P02007.4, Part 5 P02007.5, and finally Part 6 P02007.6. Classification for those is confidential as well.
Is that reclassified as well?
Yes, Your Honor.
Reclassified as public. And then SPOE 000739191 to SPOE 00073199 is admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. The document and its Albanian translation with ERN SPOE 000-73200 to SPOE 000-73209 will receive exhibit number P02008. Classification is, I believe, confidential for this one.
And then the note, which is ERN 124938 to 124951, is admitted.
Yes, the preparation note will receive exhibit number P02009. Classification is confidential.
Have I covered them all? Okay.
Thank you. And Your Honor, moving on to the associated exhibits, I'd like to tender pages from ERN 082926 to 083087. These are the following. These are the pages I'd like to tender: 082926, 082928, 082934 to 082937, 082989, 083011, 083014 to 15, 083017 to 083043.
No objection, Your Honor.
The associated exhibits as enumerated are admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. Just to clarify, they can be collated into one document and receive one exhibit number.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. They will receive exhibit number P02010. Classification is confidential. Thank you.
The second associated exhibit is 082911 to 082917, and the English translation 082911 to 082911.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
No objection.
That document is admitted, the associated exhibit as enumerated.
That associated exhibit will receive exhibit number P02011. Classification is confidential.
That's
Yes, this one, yes, Your Honor. The other ones, to protect third parties, I believe it's best that they stay confidential.
082911 to 082917 will be reclassified as public.
Thank you. And the last associated exhibit, it's an excerpt from a video, ERN IT 0366 P35, time code 0246 to 0338, and the relevant transcript excerpts, pages 1-2 in both languages.
Any objection to the video and the transcript?
No.
No objection.
The video and the, I should say the transcript is admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. The video, Albanian transcript and English translation will receive exhibit number P02012. Classification is confidential.
This can be public.
Reclassified as public, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'd like to now ask a few additional questions.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Sir, in your statement, and this is in P2006.1, page 1113, you stated that you met Recep Selimi, aka Agron, in Likot, and later on he came to Klečka. Do you recall when you saw him for the first time in Klečka?
Kur e kam parë në
When I saw him in Ligots, when I arrived from Albania, I did not know him as Recep Selimi. I only knew him by the name of Agran. Later on, I understood that Agran was Recep Selimi. And then, before the first offensive, I remember having seen him at least once.
1998, correct?
sakt.
Correct.
And do you know what he was doing in Klečka when you saw him before the first offensive?
Nuk e di që
I do not know the purpose of his visit in Klečka. I am not able to tell you what he was doing there.
e di që është taku
I know that he met with Fatmir, who was also in charge of the point in Klečka.
Name, please.
Fatmir Limaj.
Fatmir Limaj.
Now, and just as I told you before, since your statement has been admitted, I will be asking you just specific details about your evidence. So I might stop you sometimes if you're adding details that are already contained in your statement, okay? So in your statement, you mentioned that your first duty is related to logistics and that you received food and supplies from the population. How did you keep track of what people donated?
Evidentimi I ndihmave
We documented the received material and assistance through a register. We called that Paragon at the time.
What kind of register was it? Did you confirm what you had received?
Po,
Yes. We would note down the exact amount received, the nature or type of material received, and I would put my signature there. I would keep the original for myself or the point and give a copy to the person who was giving the aid.
And you also mentioned that Sadiq Shala was involved in logistics. Do you remember if he had a nickname?
Sadiq Shala
Sadiq Shala had the nickname Burgia.
Now, going to the part of your statement where you mentioned the units called Lumi, Pelumbi, Cheliku, and Thera. I'd like to ask you, where was the Lumi unit based?
Njësit I Lumi
The Lumi unit must have been based in Malishev or in the surroundings.
në periudhën që po I
In the period of time we're talking about, I know the unit was led by Mr. Isnikilay.
And what about the Pelumbi unit? Who led it?
sipas asaj që unë
Based on my information, it was led by Mr. Ferhat Shala.
And do you recall any other unit in that area?
po sigurisht ka pas
There were others, most probably, such as Lisi, Guri further on. There were several units. I am not able to recall all of them, but there were many units.
The Thaçi unit was based.
Lisi duhet të ketë
Lisi must have been positioned in the village of Doberdolan or in the area around it.
What about the Guri unit that you mentioned?
City Guri.
The Guri unit was in the part of Drenica. I do not know the name of the exact location or the territory, but it was a high point, and they communicated with other points using radio devices.
In Exhibit P02009, you mentioned the paragraph 83, the locations of various KLA points. Do you recall whether there was a KLA point in Great Heads?
Po, në Greq.
Yes, there was a point in Great Chests.
Who led it?
Atë pikë e ka drejtuar.
That point was led by Yetullah Charlie.
What's Charlie's nickname, if any?
Sipas asaj që unë e di, no.
From what I know, his nickname was, the interpreter could not hear the nickname.
Please repeat for the interpreter. They did not hear you.
Novka e Yetullah.
Yetullah Charlie's nickname was Guri.
Now, could we have ERN SPOE 00227441 to SPOE 00227543 and English as well?
Council, could please repeat the ERN number?
Yes, sorry. SPOE 00227541 to SPOE 00227543. Sir, based on your knowledge of the KLA units at the time, do you know whether the men listed on this document belong to any unit?
Ashtu siç.
As I already answered earlier, based on the surnames, they might have been part of the Lumi unit, but I don't know any of the people on the list except number one.
Name of the unit, please.
Thash.
The names on this list may belong to the Plumbi unit based on the surnames, but I don't know them, all of them on the list.
Is that the same Ferracciala who led the Pelumbi unit?
Unë nuk kam dëgjuar që
I am not aware that there was any other Ferracciala, so this must be the one I know.
And Nasser Krasniqi, is that you?
jo, nuk
No. This must not. This is not in reference to me.
I would like to tender this document into evidence.
Your Honours, we object to the document being admitted. The witness has clearly said he's never seen this list before. And he's only been able to identify one name of that list. We don't know who wrote this document. There's no date on this document, Your Honours.
Anybody else?
Yes, Your Honour, we support that objection. It's just one page existing in thin air. No idea where it comes from. What is the purpose of the list? No cover page, no details that the witness is not able to assist us with.
Your Honor, sorry. First, the witness has sufficiently commented on the list. He said he recognized the first name. He doesn't know anyone else with that name. He had already mentioned that that person was the leader of the Pelumbi unit, and he has provided sufficient context for the rest of the names, for the admissibility of this document.
With sufficient relevance, and it will be admitted under 00227441, SPOE 00227543. It's admitted. Please give it a number.
Thank you, Your Honor. This document will receive exhibit number P02013. Classification is confidential.
Thank you. Now, I'd like to move on to your time in Brigade 121. Could we please have on the screen SPOE 00226323 and the corresponding English?
I think the transcript has stopped.
I believe I may continue, Your Honor. No? Thank you. Sir, before I showed you this document last week, had you ever seen it?
Jo, nuk e kam parë me
No, I hadn't seen it before last week.
The Albanian, so that the signature is visible. Maybe, yeah, if we can leave it so that the rest of the document is also. Thank you. Do you recognize the signature on this document?
ndonë se unë nuk jam
Although I'm not an expert in handwriting, I can say that this was written by Cherkin Dugoli based on a number of other documents that I received in the course of our cooperation.
What was Dugoli's role in Brigade 121?
për periudhën që
During the time of this document, he was head of S1, or the personnel unit. He also was called commander for personnel of the brigade.
Thank you. And if you look at the bottom left, there's those initial CD. What does that indicate?
inicialet me
I think the initials refer to Cherkin Dukali. So the first letter of his name and first letter of his surname.
And in the text of this telegram, we can see that it is addressed to Mr. Ten. Do you know who that is?
ne në brigadë
In our brigade, we knew that this number or this figure was kept as a pseudonym by Mr. Recep Selimi. I'm not aware if somebody else had a similar pseudonym.
Say in the brigade, who do you mean within the brigade? The entire brigade, parts of the brigade?
unë fjalën e kam
I mean the command of the brigade and other people that I had the opportunity to work with in the military police.
To your knowledge, were there any other KLA members who were also known by numbers?
unë së pa
I can remember at least two other ones, but I'm not sure.
Remember? Which two do you remember?
po për shemb
For example, Sokol Bashota was number 11, and Mr. Kadri Veseli had number 7. I don't remember any other numbers.
Unë mendoj që
during the time when we were active, I don't think this was a secret to us. I don't know how many people were privy to that information, but we did have such information.
fjalën e kam
I mean, the persons that belonged to the 121 Brigade Command.
Under this document.
Any objection to the document?
No objection, Your Honour, apart from unclear what relevance it is, apart from that, nothing.
It meets the minimum standards of 131, so 138, I'm sorry. So ERN 00226323 is admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. The document will receive exhibit number P02014. Classification is confidential.
Yes, Your Honor, I know the time.
Witness, that's the end of our time today. You'll have to be here tomorrow at 9 o'clock. We'll be ready for you, and have a good evening. Remember not to speak to anyone about your testimony outside of the courtroom.
Thank you.
Your Honour, just before we leave for the day, there's just two very minor matters. First is just to inform you that the order for cross-examination, I think we've already notified you through the court management that we'd be going first. The order then would be counsel for Mr. Vaselli, then counsel for Mr. Krasniqi, and then finally counsel for Mr. Thaçi. And secondly, we have a slight issue in relation to a document that's on the presentation queue of the prosecution that wasn't listed within their notified documents. I'll just give the the ERN, which is SPOE 00226483. Now and the full range is to SPOE 0022. 6490, and the practice in the past is when such documents have not been notified that the prosecution would proffer the relevance of this document and what they intend to use it for, given the fact that we weren't provided with that notice in advance. So we would simply request that the prosecution could do that overnight.
Please do so.
Your Honor, I believe this was used in preparation note 2, so the relevance can be... I can double check and just one.
Still an issue in the morning, we'll take it up at that time. So we're adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow.
All rise.